Wow! Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Oh my god, my brain. We are not here today. This is a DD answering machine. Please leave a message after the beep boop. I employ the diversionary tactics on Mogu and Pep. I put out catnip. Hopefully that keeps them entertained. Anyway, hello everybody. I hope you've been doing well. Oh, it is Sunday and it is time for murdering. It is time for UMINEKO. I slept like a rock last night. Well, no, technically that's a lie. I woke up at like 4 a.m., got up, did some gacha game stuff, went back to bed at 6 a.m. Then woke up at like 9:30, somewhere around there. The cat's on a diet, so they start getting really crazy hungry around 4 a.m., 5 a.m., which is why I keep waking up. Hopefully once they're more adjusted to the reduced food, they stop doing that. Though it's been like a month, but these things take time, I suppose. So I've got, I guess we'll call it brunch, early lunch. It's honestly just rice. I was like, I'm still hungry after eating. I need to have something else, so I got rice. Such is life. But yes, where did... I'm trying to remember what exactly happened in UMINEKO last time. Because, I mean... Oops, sorry. That was probably loud. I dropped my fork. Let's see here. Because it's now the second twilight. 6 people did indeed die. And for those of you who don't remember because you haven't seen UMINEKO or you haven't played it in a long time, the 6 who died were Rudolph, Kraus, Rosa, Goda, the chef, and Shannon, the maid. Oh, and Kyrie, who is Rudolph's wife. They got dragged to the shed and like the faces smashed and all kinds of stuff. Great time. Rest in peace, George. He proposed to Shannon before, all this went down, so rest in peace, him. Marriage. Not a good thing. Apparently. The phones are out of order. The last order of business was they were going to try and use the radio to call and notify the police. I'm sure that's not going to work. I'm sure Beatrice smashed the radio. Hi, Zon. Good afternoon. I was just giving a little recap of UMINEKO while I munch on my rice because I ate before stream and then I'm like, I'm still hungry. And the only thing left in the fridge that was already prepared was some rice, so here we are. Good enough, close enough. But yes, happy Sunday to everyone. Good old UMINEKO. Murders have been abound. I was doing overtime work this morning. I mentioned it was driving me bonkers yesterday because there wasn't a single application I could fully process because stuff's missing. I finally found an application I could process. Hooray. Because let me tell you, it feels real bad to report your time after your overtime shift, and they're like, how many invoices did you process? 0. How many emails? 0. It's like, how many applications did you touch? 6. Filled the comment section with like, look, here's all my detailed notes about what was going on. Because they make, the system generates a user log as well, and it, like, all it showed is that, like, you know, I signed in. And I'm like, I swear to gosh, I was not just sitting here. Better to have it all recorded then, yeah. Because I take detailed notes when I'm working on these applications anyway, because inevitably there are some you have to follow up on, and now the system is set up that anything assigned to you is like routed to your personal inbox, so hard to lose applications now, but it's good to have the notes so you remember what was going on. Art! Oh, you're getting a second monitor! Yay! Yay for Art's dad! Now you can do homework and bother VTubers. At the same time! Did I say? Oh, yeah, I guess it is Papa Melis. There's Papa Melis, and then there's Papa Melis. Phonetically, it's the same, but there is one is spelled with 2 L's and a U, and one is 1 L and an I. Funny what happens when 2 names come from, like, Latin. Yeah, because, I mean, I've said it before, Amelis comes from the Latin, like, scientific name for the aster flower. So, makes sense that anyone... half Greek, half Norwegian? Yeah, I was gonna say, so it makes sense that anyone's else's name who comes from like Latin or Greek would have it might sound similar. You know what makes our names even more similar? The fact that Diana is the Roman name for Artemis. Yeah! Fun, right? And also, additional fun fact, that's why, you know, in Sailor Moon, Artemis and Luna's daughter is named Diana. They're all named after moon stuff. Never actually knew that? Yeah! Good old, because, you know, it's funny because they touched on it in Raging Loop a bit about how it's like, oh, you know, when countries and cultures are conquered, their gods are often assimilated in. So, you know, when Rome took over ancient Greece, they took over and renamed all of the gods of their pantheon. So nowadays, the Greek names, I would argue, are more popular. But yeah, the Roman names, you do still see pop up. Like Minerva is Athena and stuff like that. Armenian files might have mentioned similar, but it was more about Egyptian mythology than just general mythology. Hi, Art, and hi, Saturn. So you're still tired? That's fair. The DD stream may put you back to sleep, but I appreciate you come by. Yeah, everyone's sleepy or busy on this Sunday. I am Speed. Oh, you are Speed. 17 minutes is the record to beat for today. Dare call me anything but my name. Whoops. But yeah, everyone's slow and sleepy today. When I start stream and Ranger's not there, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be one of those streams. Try living with siblings? Oof. Yeah, even though I have an older brother, I kind of dodged that because he's so much older than me. He was past the name-calling stage. Oh, yeah, when parents get confused about stuff, that reminded me when Papa Melis absolutely roasted me once because I didn't take out the garbage, but the words he actually told me / wrote on the note were take out the recycling, which I did. So I'm like, hold on here. You can't gaslight me about this. Was awake till 1? Oh my god, I'm just teasing. Don't worry about it. You are allowed to have a life. You are allowed to sleep in. You are allowed to have other stuff to do. It's fine. No, you're not. Don't listen to that one. Don't listen to the little man behind the curtain. They don't know what they're talking about. Don't listen. Look, look. He's gone out, he's touched grass, he's had a social life, he's getting his PhD, he's getting a job. We can't keep him here forever, guys. You gotta let the bees spread their wings. We sit here every day at designated time to honor our magical apothecarist. Little Bean leaves the nest, right? Sniff, sniff. I swear to God, y'all. Oh, I figured. I'm just kidding anyway. But man, since some of y'all are actually in school, if y'all are still here when you graduate, do not be surprised if I actually start sniffling. It's such an honor to accompany people through, like, their life journeys. So when someone you know finally achieves a milestone, I'm like, oh, that's so awesome. That's so good. That's wonderful. Sorry if this question bothers you, but when do you feel like playing Yumi again? It's probably gonna be soon. I'm trying to focus in on some games that I know we're close to finishing. So it will free up time for other stuff we'd already started and what have you. I mean, I've had Yumia on the schedule a couple times in the past few weeks. It's just coincidentally those were days where I ended up having a migraine or like having to cancel for whatever reason. Some games, I swear, they end up having a little curse where every day I schedule them, something ends up happening and then it just takes forever. Yumia is manifesting IRL. Oh god. I'm using too much mana. Shit. You're right. Big mistake. Needs the rest, indeed. Hopefully migraines and stuff will, what's the word I'm looking for? Clear up now that we're moving past allergy season. Also, I got a haircut because I have very thick hair, so if I leave it as one layer or I leave it long, it tends to really weigh on my head. So I got some layers like cut into it and I'm like, oh my god, my head feels so much lighter. Actual alchemy takes up like 10% per thingy. Must just be work. True. And I mean, you do gotta use mana to imbue the potions and stuff with magical power. Because I mean, if you're trying to just make a general herbal brew, then it's fine. But if you're trying to actually give like a magical effect and manifest the full power of the ingredients, then you do kind of need to give it a little zhuzh. So probably do a similar thing. Layering your hair can definitely help. From my understanding, it's a little more difficult if you have like really curly hair. But always wanted a certain cut, but you don't really trust anyone in your area. Fair enough. I cut my own hair, which can both be a disaster and also turn out really well. I mean, if you want it to all look even and stuff, sure, it's better to get someone else to do it, but it used to be way curly, yeah. Can't believe you're this close to getting your master's? That's crazy. It's a lot of work. Yeah, 2 years is both a short amount of time and also a long amount of time. It's like just that right length where it feels like it's close but far away. Because 2 years pass faster than you think, but when you're in the middle of living it all, it feels far away. After this, the only thing left is the PhD. Gasp! How long do PhDs take? Another couple years? I'm just scared that I don't even finish all the credits. Hey! If there's no time limit, naturally you'll finish everything. If you're forced to take it slow, as long as you get through everything on the checklist, you'll finish. That's how it works. Max is 7. I'm pretty sure it's just 4 or 5. 7? You're on a timer? I mean, God, fish school in 5 years. That's not too bad, but also, I I don't know if it's the same in the States, but in Canada, you can pick up a degree again as long as it's within X number of years. So if like you had to stop to work some more or something like that, you could technically pick it back up. Like you can re-enroll, basically. Like they keep your information for a certain period of time. Something, my alchemy license. Ah, yes. The alchemy license. At this point, I'm like, at some point I need to update the lore. I'm like, I'm no longer an apprentice. I've graduated. I am now full-fledged, so to speak. When I get my 3.0 with like a staff or something like that, I'll say I'm like fully graduated. At that point, that feels official. Like having like a witch's hat and or like a magic staff feels like, yeah, I've made it. Think you can do that, like restarting the degree after a set number of years? That's good at least. Can I have a witch hat? I mean, my 2.0 has a teeny tiny one that fits right between the ears, so I technically already have one, just the model's not ready yet. Summerhead on Big Head, Tiny Cat. Yeah. The reference sheets for the 2.0 model are in the Discord. What were they posted under? Community tab, I think. If you scroll up, you'll probably see them. And or do I have them pinned? I can't remember. Either way, they're in there somewhere. Because since it's been taking so damn long to get the thing rigged, I shared the art so people would at least know what's coming. Get an application in at NASA? Oh my gosh. You'll have to move for that, right? To, Florida? Well, yeah, the current DDs have all been, pre-built models that weren't actually made for me. I just adapted them to the best of my abilities. The custom one is more the ideal that I wanted from the get-go. They have so much personality. What? Future DDs have personality. You don't? The VTuber doesn't wear the model. The model wears, or sorry, it's the other way around. The model doesn't wear the VTuber. The VTuber wears the model. Like, if you ever see people, like sometimes friends will like switch models for fun, and the vibe becomes totally different. Because just the way people speak, the way they carry themselves, changes up how the tracking works, so. Future DD's gonna go crazy, yes. I started funding on the side, setting aside some money for the next version. Because, I mean, I still want the one I paid for, but it feels like it's been cursed with how long. Like, it took a whole year to get the art, and it's taken 2 years to, like, it's been going on for 2 years trying to get this thing rigged. Slight curse. It's the downside of, well, yeah. It's just the downside of stuff. Oh, wait. Whoops. No, wait. I clicked new game, not turned to title screen. Whoops! I was trying to set up the game while yapping, and I accidentally clicked new game instead of like load. I'm like, no, wait! People afraid of change is all. Yeah. I mean, change will happen one way or the other. I can understand the fear, but all we can really do is take it one step at a time, right? It's always gonna be here, hopefully. I have said that I would like to become one of the streamer grandmas who are like, 70 years old and they're still playing games or doing YouTube videos. So even if I don't manifest forever as Diana Mellis, I plan to still be around, so. But yeah, I do like my identity, so it's not like I'm still at the mega early age of the internet. So true. No VTuber? Yeah, like, they make jokes. The average life of a VTuber is 2 years. And I've already passed that, so in theory, I'm never leaving. (2015's) like, indirectly, yeah, because, I think technically if you factor in Kizuna Ai, it is slightly older, and then what is it? Hololive and Niji Sanji, who are the two really big Japanese VTuber companies, they've been around for 7+ years, so like 2018-ish. And I mean, some of those are still around, like Suisse was one of the first Hololive, like she's in Generation 0, so to speak. Roboco as well. Did not know that. Yeah, basically, once the technology became easily accessible thanks to companies figuring out how to do it themselves, then, like, the scene kind of exploded. And Suisse used to be indie, yeah. I mean, most of them were indie before starting. There's very few people who jumped, like, completely fresh foot into commercial VTubing without having some kind of experience. I mean, like, I jumped in both feet, but I'm indie. It's a different thing. But I had been considering content creation for a long time, and just the webcam aspect held me back. Because like I've said before, I didn't want my appearance to influence whether or not I succeeded or whether or not I failed, basically. I mean, success and failure differs from person to person, but, like, I did not want that to become a thing. Whether that's people calling me ugly in the chat, or, like, just me blaming my own appearance, what have you. Massive influence in the best way possible? Aww. One of your faves left because of that? It's... Ooh. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, male influencers definitely get that kind of stuff thrown at them. But if you were assigned female at birth, that's just part and parcel of the package. Like, just come in expecting harassment. They never felt like they'd make it out of indie. Oh, well, I mean, even if you become successful, you're still always gonna be indie unless, and even when you're like, even if you get like signed up with like a production company or something like that, you're still technically indie. Destroy anyone who dare bully Diana, and then suddenly their time travels invented and we go back in time to the 90s and an entire class of 30 elementary school kids suddenly perished, except for this one named Diana. Interesting. It's like how Rex said, life's about taking the good with the bad. So true. Everything balances out in my opinion. If life's really, really tough right now, you gotta hang in there, because then you're never gonna make it to the other side for the good stuff to start balancing it out. Oh no, what happened there? Oh, small town vibes. I was the weird eccentric kid. The big bully in the class decided to go after me, and everyone just had bystander syndrome. So the whole class gotta go. This feels like half like an Angel Beats thing. I mean, pretty much, yeah. And that's the thing, right? When you get bullied that severely, because since it was a small school, there were like 2 classes per grade at most. So the people who picked on me were always in the same class as me. So it's like no matter what I did, you couldn't really grow away from it. Because even if you changed, people still remember like the weird shit you did in 2nd grade kind of thing. And anytime a new kid came in and I tried to make friends with them, they would start bullying them until they also started ostracizing me. So it was one of those things. Fight back? I did, I tried. The bully literally knocked me unconscious. Was interesting times. But yeah. Send me in, coach. Alrighty, I'll take you in. But yeah, so this is why, you know, like, because when people get bullied that severely, either you become a bully yourself because, like, you're pissed at the world and you need to get back, or you become one of those people who are like, I never want to see another living creature suffer. And I became the latter. So here I am. Like I've said before, I became a VTuber because VTuber communities helped me through a lot of tough stuff I was going through. And so I was like, I want to pay this forward because, you know, you can't directly thank the VTuber themselves sometimes, and or you can't directly thank the community for just like supporting you. So I'm like, I felt like the best thing I could do was try and put that energy forward and pay it forward and, you know, help other people the way I was helped, kind of thing. You were feared because of your intelligence. Oh, no. Yeah. In my case, like, yeah, I was a weird, eccentric kid, but it's like, you know, in those situations, the kid that marches to the beat of their own drum is kind of, like, considered a danger. And it's like, I refuse to conform. I was literally like, at some point I tried, but, like, they still picked on me no matter what. And I was like, well, if nothing I do seems to influence things, I'm just gonna be myself and, like, learn to be okay being alone. weird. Yeah. And I mean, there were other weird kids in the class, but they were boys, so you know, they kind of get away with it. I remember one of the teachers is like, "You're 11 years old. You need to stop crying at the drop of the hat." And I'm like, life needs to stop being mean to me then. Like, hey, it turns out having troubles with emotional regulation is a mental health thing. Maybe if y'all had helped me better. Instead of just, like, trying to shame me. Listen to your teacher, I will slap you into the second dimension. That's the worst kind of situation to be in when you're getting picked on, I find. To be in this situation where not even the teacher really likes you. And so, like, they're trying to do their job, but at the same time, it's like, eh. It is what it is, because, yeah, it was one of those things. It's like, the longer I went without having friends and being accepted, the weirder I got. So it's like, you can never... It's like, how do you correct this? What are the odds? Stress be gone! Stress be gone! Everyone, stress be gone! We've been yapping for 45 minutes. Maybe we should actually start the game. Sometimes it's good to yap about a whole bunch of stuff, though. Oh god, United Fight is coming soon, and that's just gonna be a Yapparoony 2025. Actually, it was 43. Actually, it is 43 and 45 seconds. So if you round it up, it's 44. Alright. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the 6 bodies in its throat, looming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up. And you can't leave it at 4, so it's a 5. Exactly! You get me. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voices from the kids' TV program Maria was watching, and the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. Of that one meme of how someone's 5'6" is 6 foot. That's some aggressive rounding, but you know what? I can understand. In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene was the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the TV. Those who returned to the room didn't know how to explain to Maria that her mother was dead, and were trapped by a suffocating silence. Leave it to the doctor. Technically, it's a doctor's job to break bad news to people. At first, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look. But when she realized they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them and again immersed herself in the TV program. The children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Everyone had already cried and mourned so much, but now they just vaguely sat there, their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Only Kanon had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean he'd been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. Hideyoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, He started muttering about how he couldn't believe it, how it couldn't have been something from this world, how it must have been the work of demons. Every now and then his muttering produced a question directed at Nanjo, but the latter kept repeating in a calm, doctor-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene. You guys were comparing IQs? That is the nerdiest thing I've ever heard. That does sound like fun, though. I've never tested my IQ, but I know I'm for sure like somewhere in the average. I don't know the higher end of average, but not like super high anyway. I don't care. Mine is incredibly high, so you're not bothered. Fair enough. Always afraid of being below average, so you just turn a blind eye to the thing. Oh, yeah. I mean, also gotta keep in mind that from my understanding, unless those tests are administered by a professional, take it with a grain of salt. And also there's different kinds of intelligence. I don't think IQ accounts for like emotional intelligence and stuff like that. Oh, above average, there you go. I feel like you need to have an above average IQ to actually go into sciences as a career. Because, like, after a certain point, interest and passion's not going to carry you far enough if, like, you can't actually wrap your head around the concepts. Because I loved science when I was younger. Then I got into high school, and I really struggled with, like, the more specific sciences. And then, like, you know, I realized I just really liked trivia and general knowledge. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because I know, Art, you said you feel like you're bad at explaining stuff, but struggling to put something into words is not the same as intelligence. That's a gap in communication skills that doesn't correlate directly to intelligence. There are shit tons of famous, really smart people who were absolutely terrible at being social and, like, talking to people and stuff like that. EXE stopped working? Alrighty, somebody reboot the art. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi, who simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. Yes, you said it in the Discord before, because you were talking about because Ranger had done a fact about how glass, like the properties of glass, and you tried to expand, and you were expanding upon it, and you were like, sorry, I can't explain this well. I'm like, nah, it's fine. I understood it just fine. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock, and his face was deathly pale. Maybe that atmosphere was why she tried to rise to the challenge and take charge. Natsuhi appeared to be unchanged from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave directions. I will go see father. Genji, quickly contact the police. 'Certainly.' ' I wonder if you would allow me to take along Natsuhine-san? Since Kraus-ni-san is now gone, the task of aiding father has been left to me. It would be improper of me to relax here while relying entirely on you. Natsuhi was struck speechless by Ava's aggressive move in a situation like this. I mean, technically that's the thing, right? I don't know how the structure, based on how they sat at the table, it was based on inheritance rights. So Ava technically is the next successor. Because it's digging past to Kraus, so I can't get past to Jessica. She seemed to be claiming that with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility shouldn't be his wife, but herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Yeah, she doesn't have the one-winged eagle on her clothing, but what's his Kinzo was like, oh, but you wear it on in your heart kind of thing. But yeah. Unless Kinzo outright says, Natsuhi, you're in charge now, Ava's technically not wrong. Based on what she knows, one-winged angel, Or maybe she hadn't been all that happy when Natsuhi took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation. However, even Ava's mind had been blank from shock until a moment ago. She only came to her senses after Natsuhi started giving orders. Just do as you like. Natsuhi started walking out without saying a word more. Ava followed behind her. As they did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. She usually wasn't the kind of person to run around. So, under normal circumstances, most people would have taken her entrance as a sign that something was the matter. Oh, the game's quite loud. Hold on. There we go. But because everyone was still stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her. Madame! If you're looking for Natsuhine-san, she went to see father. She'll probably be back soon. What happened, Kumasawa-san? You see, in the dining hall there was blood! Blood! The ears of everyone in the parlor twitched. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much. And no one here was capable of handling yet another tragedy. So they all thought it. I hope I misheard that. What happened in the dining hall? When I went to the dining hall to set up for breakfast, the first one to start running was George. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Battler and the others followed. Is Maria still watching TV? They all flew into the dining hall one after another, but they couldn't find any change that might have caused Kumasawa to go pale. To those who had viewed the gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. Someone will tell Maria and she'll go want to watch TV. I don't think she's gonna fully grasp it. until she starts asking about her mom, and they keep telling her, no, your mom can't be with you anymore, and then she's just gonna keep throwing a fit until finally it sinks in. Because, I mean, at 9, 10 years old, you should understand the concept of death, but Maria kind of comes across as being developmentally behind, so she might not understand. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. There really was some traces of blood remaining on the floor. Compared to that terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood. There's another puddle of blood over here. What in the world? It appears that a great deal of time has passed. It was probably safe to say they were killed here last night. It definitely looks that way. We were talking in the dining hall till late into the night. After that, someone must have forced their way in. Dad, when did you and Mom slip out of the meeting and go to sleep? It was a little past midnight. So we should probably assume it happened after that. Are you kidding me? Give me a break. Milady, please stay strong. After seeing that hell on earth in the storehouse, this is nothing. Really? Good for you. I feel like my head's gonna explode. This is the dining hall, right? Every day, this is where I'd eat, complain about school, complain about homework, talk to my dad about my grades. That's what this place is to me. Milady, would it be good to remain here any longer? Let's return to the parlor. I agree. Uncle Hideyoshi? I think this room will be really important to the police. Don't you think it'd be bad if we trampled all over it? Hi, Yaki! Welcome in. Balor proposed this in a slightly firm voice as, along with Kanon, he grabbed the pale and shaking Jessica's shoulders. Everything is just as Butler-san has said. There is nothing more to be gained from remaining in this room. Nanjo spoke while looking at everyone's pale faces. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something not of this world. At least, then we'd be able to leave, to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone had shared in that feeling. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building on the estate. And as Jessica had said, it should have been one of the most calming places even inside the mansion. It was where all of the relatives had eaten lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of that horrible spectacle in the storehouse. And forced us to accept that we hadn't really been able to run away from the scene of that tragedy. I agree too. The culprit might have left traces in this room. Amateurs like us shouldn't stir the place up. Let's leave quickly. Quickly! Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what Badler had said and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at that blood any longer, would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall. It was almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped in there, all alone. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the wall, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Then, Genji returned. Oh, Genji-san. Were you able to contact the police? As to that, I'm afraid I must apologize. I don't know if it was a failure of the radio or something else that caused it, but... What the... So you couldn't contact the police? I mean, the phones died and there was a murder. Why would the radio work? Both the phone and the radio failed? My apologies. Our boat will be arriving on Monday morning, and I believe we'll be able to borrow their communications equipment. Isn't there a boat on this island? Can't we just take a little trip out to the Nijima Police Department? Hideyoshi-san, that would be impossible with this weather. At the very least, we can't do anything until the typhoon passes us by. Krauser-sama's boat is being repaired and is not on the island. Oh, how convenient! How so very convenient. Therefore, we must wait for the boat coming on Monday. How could this happen? 6 people are dead! The phones and radio aren't working and there's no boat. So, until the typhoon passes and the boat comes, in other words, until tomorrow morning, we're gonna be stuck here on this island, unable to contact the police, aren't we? Also, hanging out here with the murderer? That's fun. Which means that not just us, but the criminal who killed everyone is also confined to this island. That certainly follows. The culprit who killed everyone is still here on the island. So the bastard who killed Dad and the others must still be hiding somewhere, unable to escape? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'll catch that bastard. No way I'll hand him over to the police. I'll slice him to bits myself. Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. It took you a while, you 9-year-old. Rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected, since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about. Oh my god. I mean, it's rough being 9, but, her emotional intelligence is way low. Ugh! Jessica Onei-chan? Did someone die? Whoa! Yeah, there's nothing scarier than hearing this stuff come out of a child. The way she spoke was completely calm, just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it was someone else's problem. Jessica probably did it like that. As though trying to say, can't you tell just by looking at me? Overwhelmed with grief, she flared up at Maria. They all died! Everyone! My dad and Badler's parents, Goda-san and Shannon, and even your mother! Stop it, Jessica! You're the only one who's sad. Maria-san, I know this will come as a shock, but please listen. Your mother has died. Mama died? Oh? Yeah. Someone killed her. I know it's sad, but stay strong. Oh, she's not even affected at all. How many people died? 6. How could anyone do something? Oh, Maria's just gonna be like, oh, it's Beatrice. There's a limit to how cruel you can be if you're human. I don't know who it is, but the culprit isn't human. There's no way their blood is red. Ugh. The culprit isn't human. It's just the bleep chosen by the bleep. Huh? Hey, Maria. Did you say something just now? Maria had just said something. But since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. When I tried to ask her to repeat it again, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsuhi's loud voice coming from the entrance to the parlor. It looked like Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Ava had returned from their trip to see grandfather. You can't contact them, even with the radio? If we can't use it at a time like this, why do we even have an emergency radio? My apologies. It was supposed to have a maintenance inspection every year. Wait, don't you have one of those boat signaling devices that makes a flashing light? Couldn't you use that to contact the next island? We do not have such equipment. Wow! You gotta be kidding! They don't even have a way to frickin' send an SOS through Morse code. Just then, Kumasawa arrived, pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Since there's no way we'd be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor. Why are we eating breakfast here? Natsuhi-san. I'll tell you later. More importantly, Ava, how is father? Judging by the fact that he is not with you, it seems he will not leave his room, not even for a situation like this. He wasn't there. The room was empty. What? Where could he have gone at a time like this? Do you mean to say the master has left his study? That is correct. I was surprised myself. I wonder when he left his room. The songs are really hitting. The soundtrack is fantastic. Do any of you have an idea? Natsuhi looked at Genji and Kanon as she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of a place he might go. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than the rest how impossible it was for him to leave his room. Even we have no idea. As you all know, within that study, the master had everything from a place to sleep to a bathroom. Oh, he did have a bathroom in there. Well, that's good at least. No chamber pots. I couldn't imagine him leaving that room except for a significant reason. In that case, what? Isn't it natural to assume that one of those significant reasons came up? It was Kinzo. He killed them all. We still cannot be certain that's the case. Anyway, he is a fickle person, so it's possible he went for a walk by himself, unaware of the current situation. Has the man gone for a walk at any point in the previous years? If that is the case, Therefore, we must act in all haste to tell him what has happened and ask for instructions. That's right. Although I don't want to think about it, it's possible something has happened to him, isn't it? I'd rather not even consider such a sinister possibility. No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken. The radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently, the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come. But until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. The tragedy had hit everyone so abruptly that they'd all lost their composure. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. So some of them held their heads in their arms, while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Ryokenjima. Maria can. After that, we ate the breakfast Kumasawa-san had made, which felt dry and tasteless. Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be rude to Kumasawa-san, who had made the breakfast. Kumasawa had taken some unusual Western vegetables once that Goda had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals and cooked them in a Japanese style, which made them turn an unpleasant color. Oh no, what the heck did she cook? I'm trying to think of Western vegetables that aren't usually used in Japanese dishes, and all I can think of is like broccoli. Because carrots are used decently often, same with potatoes, eggplants, cabbages, turnips, onions, but not broccoli. As to what Goda had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then, I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Goda died. And a sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. You cast your vote to sweet corn? Would corn be used in an ultra fancy dish, though? I feel like corn is like a common man's vegetable. And yes, hello, Jambola. I hope you're doing well. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being, but of course, no one made much progress. Then, we began pooling our knowledge of our current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kirei-san, Aunt Rosa, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses. And yet, we still couldn't contact the police since both the phones and the radio were unusable. So until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. or grandfather, who we might have hoped would be able to show a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared some time ago. Gora hadn't made breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had just been taking a casual walk, we should have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. And despite that, he hadn't appeared. There was more than a small chance that he'd gotten caught up in this crime. According to my aunts, on their way back from Kinzo's study, they'd searched for him, calling out on every floor, but were unable to find him. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that his disappearance had something to do with the crime. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe Grandfather has already been killed and dragged to some strange place which we simply haven't discovered yet. No one actually said it out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing. We will go check that all of the windows and doors are locked. We must also conduct a thorough search for Father. The children must remain in this room. Eva-san and Hideyoshi, I'm sorry, but please stay here with the children. I'd like to ask you the same, Dr. Nanjo. I understand. I will wait here. And Natsuhi followed the servants, Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Kanon-kun out of the parlor. All that was left was Aunt Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, Dr. Nanjo, and the 4 of us children. A total of 7 people. Let's all stick together and maybe watch some television while we wait. Though I doubt we'll find anything good in the middle of the day on a Sunday. Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere. Oh, good show. Watch it, watch it. Oh, really? You want to watch TV, Maria-chan? Then come and watch it with your uncle. Maria was the only one who joined in. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Was it really normal for a 9-year-old girl like Maria to act so much like a very young child? No, like I said, she seems to be developmentally behind, for whatever reason. Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they each sank absent-mindedly into their sofas. Like, I mean, I lost an aunt when I was, like, about 10, 11. And, like, I ended up saying some insensitive things because it was the first time dealing with death. But I understood what happened, and I was sad. Like... Aniki, can I ask you something? What is it? Just now, in the storehouse, you said something about Shannon-chan in a ring. Did you give that to her? George Aniki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response. Quit it, Battler. Figure it out yourself. You're right. I shouldn't have asked. That's right. It was me. Last night, I proposed to her. That was when I gave her the ring. I told her that tomorrow she should put it on whatever figure she wanted. As her answer. Huh. Guess it was a pretty pretentious thing to say. And that ring had been on the ring finger of Shannon-chan's left hand. Well, Several years ago, Shannon-chan came to me asking for advice. About you, George Nissan. I wonder what she could have said. Shannon was always really bad at lying. It was obvious pretty quickly that you were the one she was talking about. She asked whether it'd be okay for her to get close to someone, even though she was only a servant. She asked about what kind of things boys like, what kind of clothes she should wear to make them happy. Lots of stuff like that. I mean, it could have also been Badler. Didn't have to be George. I guess you could say I felt envious hearing her say that. So then, she was given an engagement ring, and it all ended right there. Different people value things differently, but being proposed to by a man, well, it can be the high point of your life. At least Jessica understands it. So I'm sure, last night, I'm sure Shannon was happy from the bottom of her heart. Happier than she's ever been since the day of her birth. George Aniki sighed deeply without raising his head. Or maybe tears had risen to his eyes. It seems Shannon was on duty in the guest house last night. But because she was too embarrassed to go back to the guest house with me, she went over to the mansion. Think about how Shannon must have felt when you receive an engagement ring, that no matter how much warning you've been given beforehand, it's perfectly normal to get so excited that your mind goes blank. She must have been incredibly embarrassed. And then Shannon went to the mansion, even though she hadn't been assigned there. Helped Goda-san with his work, and got caught up in this crime. If only I hadn't given her that ring. On that day, in that place, Shannon wouldn't have, Sayo wouldn't have been caught up in that crime. Aniki, it's the one place where you're wrong. It's definitely wrong. So don't cry anymore. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna help. Battler-kun? Let's leave him be. After Aunt Ava said that, I stopped talking to him. Misplaced words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Jessica sat down next to Aniki and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had even discussed that relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Aunt Ava and sat down in the opposite sofa. Battler-kun, you really are strong. It looks like you've kept a good hold on yourself. Well, look, the depths of the love becomes the depths of the wound, right? After all, it's not like how that old bastard died has anything to do with me. I feel bad about Kirie-san, but, well, she wasn't actually my parent. My. Is that so? If that's so, you certainly were crying a lot back then. Well, I did think at least that much crying was due as gratitude to the parent who raised me. He's like, oh, I need to calculate their appropriate amount of grief. The speed of that changeover and that dry tone must have come from Rudolph. That kid would always get violently happy, sad, and angry. But he'd always regain his cool immediately afterwards. It's nothing like that. I haven't really been able to get over the shock yet. Thank you for the full package. Hydrate, posture check, stretch, and head pat. I'll go get some more. I'll get some water soon. My mug's empty now. I think the only difference between me and everyone else is the kind of emotions it stirred in me. What do you mean? I've been acting much calmer than George Aniki and Jessica. That wasn't because my sadness was any less intense, or because I'd already recovered. You know, this is a really interesting track. I thought it was just a clock ticking, but it's percussion. I like how they're using percussion to simulate like a clock ticking. My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different emotion. Rather than sad, I'd say I'm more pissed off. What bastard did this and where? It's been kind of eating at me that I didn't get a chance to smack him upside the face. You know, in this particular situation where you're dealing with an actual murder and stuff like that, I think anger is probably the more productive emotion here. Like being sad and crying and grieving and stuff, all super important. But at some point, you gotta start moving forward and taking action. Which is why I said being angry in this situation might be the more productive emotion. Because he's the only one thinking clearly right now. That was what I really wanted to do. I couldn't forgive myself if I just sat there, overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees. Since the time Dad and the others were killed, this island has been covered by the typhoon. Which means the bastard responsible for all of this is somewhere on this island. Yes, that would seem to be the case. I wonder if they're hiding somewhere in that dark forest, even now. I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kirie-san the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dining table last night, we talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists. Aunt Ava, do you think this murder has anything to do with the letter from Beatrice last night? Ah, that one? Well, I wonder. All of the siblings agreed that the mysterious letter was sent to further complicate the problem of father's inheritance. As to whether that and the case this morning are related, it's impossible to tell at this stage. Was that letter really given to Maria by some witch called Beatrice? How could it be? All of it was a farce devised by father, wasn't it? He made Shaman-chan or someone wear the dress from the portrait and trick Maria-chan, right? Isn't that just the kind of overly intricate prank father would pull? Last night, I talked with Kirie-san about whether Beatrice actually exists. And Kirie-san also said that Beatrice was probably one of the 18 of us. Isn't that obvious? There's no one else on this island besides us, right? Then there must be someone amongst us who's pretending to be Beatrice. There's no one else but us on this island, you think? Obviously, right? Are you saying there could be someone else here other than us? No one is on this island except us. There are only 18 people. So the one pretending to be Beatrice has to be one of those 18. Kirie-san denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Aunt Ava hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion at least was the same. Except, if that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, if we're assuming there's no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words, if there is no 19th person, then the culprit who killed Dad and the others is also one of the 18, right? So in other words, the person who killed them is one of the people inside this very mansion right now. And Ava smiled meaningfully. It looked like she thought this conclusion should have been obvious from the beginning. The culprit carried the bodies of those 6 into the storehouse. But even that was an impressive feat, don't you think? That shutter is always closed and locked, right? In other words, in order to carry them to the storeroom, the culprit would need to unlock the shutter. Understand? Is it possible the shutter was left open by mistake that day? The servant said it's always kept locked. In other words, unless the culprit took the key from the servant's room, there's no way they could have opened the storehouse. I wonder if the key in the servant room was the only one. Genji-san said that was the case, which means the culprit knew where that single key was kept and took it. Just now, I watched when Kanon-kun returned the key to the servant room. The wall was packed with keys, and I don't think a novice would know where or what those keys went to. The culprit was miraculously able to find the storehouse key amongst all of those. Furthermore, even though the key didn't have a tag or anything sticking to it, they knew it was the key to the storehouse behind the rose garden. And that means they also knew where the storehouse was. I'll say it even clearer. The culprit knew the inside of the servant room well. Her argument was extremely plain and clear. If the bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden, there wouldn't have been much to go on. However, if there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart. This means the culprit was someone who went into the servant room a lot and was familiar with the location of the keys. The family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which meant that one of the servants is the culprit. I'm sorry, but even I can't tell you any more than that. However, I'll tell you one thing. What's that? It's reasonable to think that the culprits are multiple in number, fairly well armed. They'd have to be, wouldn't they? They had to assault the 4 in the dining hall and kill them, drag a total of 6 bodies all the way to the storehouse beyond the rose garden, and arrange for that disgusting makeup and graffiti on the shutter. There's no way that a single culprit could carry all of that out on their own, right? I don't know. It makes sense. It probably would have been possible for a single person with enough time. but it would have taken so incredibly long. It was probably safe to assume that a significant number of people were involved. I mean, they had 6 hours. Whew. So what you're saying is that maybe all the servants were in cahoots. Please keep it quiet, okay? Would it be right to voice more speculation like this? And if it really is true, what would you do next? They might not let us leave here alive. This is an opponent who had no trouble killing Nissan and the 3 others. Right now, the only ones I can count on to fight with me are the 3 in my family and maybe you, which comes to a total of 4 people, right? We're no better off than they were last night. In short, it'd be easy for the culprits to massacre the rest of us. I've been playing detective with Aunt Ava, trying to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. If only I could clearly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick the proof in their face. I've been so sure that, just like in one of those detective movies, the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there was no way for them to fight back. The culprits behind the crime on this island were far from helpless. Might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people here. On top of that, this island was like a giant closed room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon. So they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, was it a safe atmosphere where we could get very far by playing detective? To the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits and cause them to commit another mass murder. Well, it is just a possibility, right? But I can't bring myself to trust the servants yet. And that doesn't mean I only suspect them. Don't you think there might be some mastermind behind all this? A mastermind? Why do you say that? It's just a feeling. Think about what the word servant literally means. It means someone who serves as someone else's arms and legs, right? It was a bunch of Ushinomiya family members who got killed. So naturally, there must be someone involved who stands to gain from that result. This was also plain and clear. The Ushinomiya family had been right in the middle of a discussion about how to distribute their inheritance. But this case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel. The crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the family who was involved in the inheritance problem. But everyone except Ava is dead. Oh dear. Alright. We're still ticking away at this mystery, but I need to run to the bathroom. So I will be right back. And while I'm away in the bathroom, I'm gonna go boil some water for some tea. So I will be right back. Hold tight, guys. hello. Left you guys with the rain. And Ava had probably read a few books in that genre herself. Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was the standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think most people would end up suspecting the surface, even if they used different reasoning to get there. Especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect that one of the servants was involved. And that's why I don't like it. What do you mean you don't like it? Nah, just talking to myself. I tried to dodge your question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. If I tried spinning the chessboard around like I learned from Kirei-san, this was exactly why a servant couldn't possibly be the culprit. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves. Why on earth would they use the Rose Garden shed if they were the ones in charge of the key that could unlock it? The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had control of the key. It was even possible that some other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think of the servants as the culprits, the less reason they had to carry the bodies into the storehouse. But what if they think we know that and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? Oh, it's getting too complicated now. You're overthinking things. Occam's razor. If there's a simple explanation for it, that is the correct one. Whether it's someone wanted to blame the servants or the servants were like, this is the best place for them, then, like, whatever. Occam's razor. No, that's completely impossible. Yes, thank you, Battler. You've got some logic in ya. When the police come and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how careful the culprit carried out that murder, some traces will definitely be found. In other words, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way and look at this murder from the murder game from the culprit's side, it's hard to imagine why they wanted to call attention to the corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police, or it might make the remaining people more cautious, or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things would make life any easier for the culprit. I'm sorry! No way Higurashi is an in-universe novel. No way. is not how I expected Higurashi to come up. Like, I know there's some crossover characters in, like, later chapters, but oh my god. It's just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called Higurashi no Nakukoro ni. You might want to repent that is the visual novel, you goddamn nerd. Every story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Eliminating that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Right now, we don't know where grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim or if he's one of the culprits. But the state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. The culprit has absolutely nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such an obvious way, making us all realize there'd been a murder. Some stories never get their end. Yeah, that's the downside if something stretches on for too long, and also, you know, like weekly or monthly serializations versus publishing like a book or omnibus or whatever. I mean, even back in the day, Sherlock Holmes was like a weekly column in the newspaper. That's how the story started. And then eventually they were collected into books after the serialization. In fact, this is the perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself. So at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. To whom? To us. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. I don't know what it is. At this point in time, this vulgar mass murder isn't making us feel anything except a malice directed towards all of us. Malice towards all of us. Is it? Well, well, well. Each one of the survivors had some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Uncle Krause's death brought Jessica the grief of losing a family member. The deaths of Dad and Kirie-san brought me sorrow, while Aunt Rosa's death brought Maria sorrow. Allegedly. Godo-san's death probably shocked his fellow servants, and Shonen-chan's death brought grief to George Aniki, who had proposed to her, and Kanon-kun, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island had received an equal amount of sadness, and Ava was sure that the servants were in cahoots. But then, how could you explain the deaths of Goda-san and Shonen-chan? At any rate, by this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. Even Aunt Ava, who had directed suspicion at the servants and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. In the first place, she was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key. But if you look at it from the perspective of a motive and who would gain, and Ava's name rises to the top of the list. Uh-oh. The music's changed. I know what you're thinking, Battler-kun. Huh? I'm not thinking anything. Head empty. Oh, no, 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 please don't tell anybody about how my head's full of obscene stuff. Nice cover. I'm the one who's going to gain the most from these murders. Excuse me. Since I'm going to be suspected anyway, I might as well get it out in the open. I tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work. The inheritance will be divided into as many parts as there are siblings. But right now, I'm the only one of the 4 left. All of the assets of the Ushinomiya family will become mine. If Uncle Hideyoshi heard you, he'd say, "Could you give it a rest? It's not funny." I'm sorry. I was just fooling around, since I'm going to be suspected anyway, no matter how much I try to smooth it over. That's why, from my point of view, this murder might have been designed to cast suspicion on me. Unfortunately, my alibi for last night is weak. Could you tell me a bit more about last night? As you know, the discussion here between the siblings, of how to slice up and eat the inheritance continued until late in the night. Slice up and eat. Did you really have to phrase it that way? And hello, Kuro. Welcome in. But I don't know how late it lasted. My husband and I had woken up early that morning. We were so sleepy, and a little past midnight, they let us go. Oh, ad break's gonna kick in about 50 seconds, so FYI, we will take a pause at that point. Since, you know, we're really getting into some exposition. We then returned to the guest house and stayed there. Can anyone other than Uncle Hideyoshi prove that? No, wait, it's not like I suspect you or anything, okay? Just, you know, trying to help you establish the alibi. Yeah. Oh, ad break. Alrighty. Be right back. And then we shall... Oh, jumpy jacks. Okay. I'll do those when I get back, to be fair. Alrighty. Hold tight. Woo. Welcome back, y'all. Let us continue then, but first, I was requested to do jumpy jacks, so here we go. Quick stretch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Voila! And onwards, we're solving this mystery. Not really. Big strong, big strong. Wait, it's not like I suspect you or anything. Of course not. Oh, are you sure about that? Maybe? Can't have our stream for getting muscular atrophy. Don't worry, I do yoga before and after stream, so. Should be doing more intensive exercise, but at least I'm doing something. Whoops. I don't know if it counts as proof, but when we returned to the guest house, we were greeted by Genji-san, who asked if we needed a towel. I think that should be enough to prove we returned to the guest house a little after midnight. Though, if my theory was correct, the servants would all be in cahoots, so that wouldn't actually make me for much of an alibi. Hey, you got a point there. Guess that means I'm playing detective with the real culprit now, huh? Bold words, Battler. However, let me say this for my honor's sake. If I was after the inheritance, I'd never commit such a bizarre set of murders. After all, if I just wanted the inheritance, it wouldn't matter to me how they died. I mean, you have a point. That's a hell of a thing to admit. It'd be much smarter of me to try and make their deaths look like accidents. Especially if you're assuming I laid out some careful plan that involved the servants. You got a point there. If you're killing someone for personal gain, you definitely shouldn't make it look like a murder. Exactly. That's why I'm in such a blue mood. The police will probably treat me like the mastermind and investigate all kinds of things. Not fun at all. Aunt Ava shrugged with a bitter smile. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Ava, as it was to suspect the servants. Rest in peace, ma'am. So, if we spin the chessboard around, does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her? Suspicious as she is? However, rest in peace, yup. She's doing her best, but... However, if that sort of argument always works, then motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Battler is running himself in circles. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues towards knowing the culprit. I mean, usually, not always, though. That's why murders from all time periods disguise their crimes in complicated ways, clearly preventing their motives from being discovered. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Yeah, well, you're not a professional. You're doing your best, but... Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth? Or are my thoughts bringing me closer to... Aunt Ava didn't want to talk any more than that, so I folded my arms and headed to the window to cool my head a little. Literally cooling your head by the window. Very nice. As I looked over the parlor, I saw George Aniki and the others gathered, talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted on the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape in the margins of Maria's notebook. Hey, what are you doing to the kid's notebook? See, since Maria was second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, she might understand what it meant. I think it was probably something like that. There was a mark that looked like a variant of a cross. And then, surrounding the circle, all around the perimeter, were these closely packed strange letters on all four sides of the cross. And in the four corners, there was something written. It did look like the alphabet or something like that. Was it what they call ancient characters? And around the top at the circumference, there was a small mark. 5 small circles arranged in an A+ sign, and straight lines connecting them. Ah, yeah, there was definitely something like that drawn there. Yep, there's no mistaking the shape. I don't understand the thin characters, but the arrangement was nearly the same. Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared at it too. From what I'd heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. I see. This sure is unsettling. Grandfather's probably the only one who'd want to draw something this weird. Seriously, where did he go? I want to grab him and ask him what the hell this is supposed to mean. Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say that grandfather was the culprit. But she seemed sure that grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. Of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Ushinomiya family to the occult, 10 out of 10 people would think of grandfather. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this mark would have no meaning. Which meant that this might have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right, and the reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In that case, where had grandfather, the essential recipient of the message, disappeared off to? Does this shape ring any bells? Ugh. Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand. As though this thing hadn't been drawn on the shutter closed around her mother's corpse. My first impression was that the design resembled a German cross. Ah, it certainly does have that kind of design. Does it mean it has something to do with Germany? Well, it's got something to do with their occult. The German cross was originally a crest from a religious order of knights, and was supposed to protect pilgrims traveling to sacred places. So, in other words, this magic circle might have some religious meaning? This is starting to sound like gibberish. When I looked over at all of them, preparing to jump into this discussion, something shocked me. You know it? Maria was smiling. An eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face. Oh, yes. The possessed child. that's a little disturbing. You people aren't even close. Can't you tell just by looking? Okay, enough with the kee-hee-hee-hees. While everyone was being scared out of their wits, Maria kept cackling happily by herself. After a while, the laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off. But her expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria. This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. Oh, excuse me. I only know the circles 1 through 5. The characters are written in Hebrew. Give it here. Sure. Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle with a rustle, right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn. See? It looks sort of like this, right? Yes. It was. Maria, incredible. You really do know a lot. Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to confirm that it was still the Maria she knew so well. Oh no, she's gone. We've got some straight up, what is it? Hinamizawa syndrome going on here. But Maria-chan didn't answer her in any way in particular. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. When Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide. Written on the top and bottom and left and right are the names of the angels who preside over wind, fire, earth, and water. Raphael, Gabriel, Michael, and Uriel? Damn, not even close. I guess Adel is close to Uriel anyway, but... And in the 4 corners are the names of the 4 great kings. Ariel, Seraph, Thrasis, and Cherub? Hey, Ariel! Is that what you saw? Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they'd seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. When Maria asked them whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again. There's no mistake, that's it. I'm sure there were characters that looked like that. How were you able to write something like that? There were also characters written around the circumference. I know. Like this, right? Maria quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing. It's from the Psalms of the Old Testament, the 16th and 17th verses of the 116th Psalm. You must have at least read the Bible, right? No! Girl, we're in Japan. Christianity was outlawed at some point. Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Maria laughed. You know? They talked about how Maria was getting bullied in school and they blamed it on her saying, ooh. I think her condescending attitude is part of the problem here. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. It's an evil child? Yep. A little later, George Aniki returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak. That's incredible. I'm surprised. So, what meaning does this magic circle have? It's a magic circle to borrow the power of the sun. He who wears it as a talisman drawn in gold shall be able to break free from the bonds of any prison and receive the power to gain freedom. Break free from bonds and gain freedom? It sounds so deep. The word bonds is not limited to its interpretation to some kind of physical object. Therefore, it does not only hold meaning for the people locked up in an actual jail. It can also refer to the release from mental bonds, such as the ties of obligation and inescapable fate. Ties of obligation and inescapable fate, you say? That's also pretty deep. But I really don't understand. What does this have to do with those 6 bodies? They need the power of the sun just to murder? It's more like it's meant to be a protection talisman. Or it was drawn as a message to the people who know what the circle means. In that, the person who drew the circle is looking to escape their bonds and, like, obligations. Far from being released, they were killed and stuffed in a storehouse. Well, technically, death is a kind of release. It's not like the magic circle was drawn for their sakes. The 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle. It is truly pitiable. What do you mean? What in the world do you mean when you say the 6 of them were there for the sake of the circle? Maria lifted up her pointer finger and wagged it as if she were making fun of us. Oh, this kid! That's written around the circumference. Can't you read it? No. Psalms chapter 116, verses 16 and 17. I'll read it for you. The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord. See? See, you say? I've got no idea what you're talking about. You're saying they're human sacrifices? If what Maria had just allowed was a vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. So human sacrifices had been offered inside the storehouse where the magic circle had been drawn. A heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion. Some people were shocked and others spat out this was insane as they punched their knees. This was starting to get incredibly disturbing, and we couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in. I won't pick a fight with them. But did they really kill Dad and the rest as sacrifices for crap like that? I just couldn't stand that feeling. Compared to this, I preferred it when we were still disgusted by the theory about the fight over the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with a feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. Something had gone insane since yesterday. There was the letter from the witch Beatrice that Maria had read aloud at dinner last night. Ever since that point, it feels like like this whole mansion and this whole island has been getting more and more firmly locked inside some kind of bizarre world. That's right. When I think back on it, the letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. The phone and the radio had been interrupted, and the island was shut off by the typhoon, so you really could call this place another world cut off from the real one by now. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters for human sacrifices to be offered up for the sake of our magic circle. So, what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing gold masks start doing the Bone Festival dance or something? It's hopeless. It's hopeless! I don't get it! The inside of my head's all screwed up, and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together, and they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and trust to my mind and body as I started getting sucked in. Do the crazy music. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while, I hadn't even been able to go to the bathroom by myself. Oh, we've all been there. We've all been there. That old bastard gave an exaggerated laugh and said this. Hey, Battler. Why do you think they go to all the trouble to make movies like this about demons and their occult and such? It's because they don't exist. Something that ridiculous can't be found anywhere on the planet. Because they don't exist, people want to see them and go to a lot of effort making them. That's why those occult movies just make me laugh. If I were forced to choose, I'd say rather than demons and monsters, this year's earnings call and angry wives are 100,000,000 times scarier. I'll go further, okay? From my point of view, getting scared is a recreational emotion. Something for people who've got room to relax both in their hearts and their lifestyles. They had so much free time, they didn't know what to do with it. And so, in order to entertain their mind with unusual emotions, people started creating a culture with demons and their occult and stuff. That is surprisingly, grounded. Might have gone over the head of a small child, though. Seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. This is like a preamble to a battle music. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kirie-san. You see, in both chess and shogi, when you reach the very, very last stage of the game and get closer and closer to cornering your opponent, the number of optimal moves you could possibly make gets smaller and smaller. Therefore, if you're backing someone against the wall, or if someone's doing the same to you, both players' moves become infinitely easier to read. In other words, when you're completely cornered and think you have no moves left, that is the moment when it's easiest to read your opponent. However, excuse me. Did you want world of music? I can see it. However, when a person is forced into a defensive position, they can't help but lose their ability to think clearly, so they aren't able to get their minds around their opponent's moves. That's when you spin the chessboard around. With all my strength, I slapped my face with both hands. Now my eyes were truly open. When you don't understand anything and you're completely cornered like I am now, isn't this the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? I was not expecting this to be the thing in UMINEKO. You just gotta spin the chessboard around back the gun! Everything will become clear then. While on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. We spin it around and look at it that way. Just what might we see? First off, at the time the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. Therefore, they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Furthermore, that bastard tossed the corpses into the storehouse. Was even kind enough to say, "Hey, here they are," with that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since we'd probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us. If we'd all been dim and hadn't noticed the strange shed, the culprit's goal would not have been achieved, would it? If you think of it that way, that bastard of a culprit. Since this morning, they must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death, so it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had killed. It didn't mean anything to those who had been killed. It did have meaning to those who found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear that they had been killed so brutally. After thinking this way, I really want to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lightly. Who'd just dance to that tune? If you're told please be scared, you can't just say really, sure thing. I mean, why not? Isn't that what being an actor is all about? When someone tells the great Ushido Miya babbler the entrance is right here, I'm the kind of guy who'll start wanting to sneak in through the window. You know? I can relate to that. Not to that extent, but when it feels like someone's overly holding your hand, you kind of wanna disobey them. Because most people aren't willing to give up control that easily. The next thing that had me concerned was the so-called magic circle on the shutter. As Maria, who had shown that her knowledge of the occult rivaled grandfather, had recognized, the magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would have been worth all of that effort? If we were looking for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would naturally suspect grandfather. Did they want to make us think grandfather was involved? But that's all they wanted. They could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. Was it like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference between genuine and fake? However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had even been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. A message is a form of communication. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. A reaction? For some reason, we couldn't find grandfather now. Don't know how grandfather knew. Grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter. But did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No. Was it a trap to make us suspect that grandfather had participated? You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by putting on this occult show? Somehow, that felt like the culprit's weak point. A letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back to my mind. This was a freak who'd asked us to enjoy a battle of wits. Is it that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Will we be sucked up by her occult game first, or will we pull off her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? Bro is insane. I finally noticed the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofa, some deep in thought, some irritated, some acting depressed. Maria was once again enjoying the TV as if she never left it. It looked like she'd found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled, "Ooh, ooh," and giggled. God. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room. Or, you know, they're some of the people outside looking for grandfather. Or it's grandfather themselves. Who knows? Right now, Aunt Natsuhi's searching the mansion with the servants. Right? Then we shouldn't say in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. After all, it's possible and Natsuhi was behind this. And we still can't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. Anyone could be guilty. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest sure are taking their time. Of course, it's not a small mansion. But isn't this taking a little too long? Just to walk around, checking the windows and doors? Uh-oh. Just as I was thinking that, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest returned. Phew! Not one of them was missing. But our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsuhi in shock. The talk I'd had with Aunt Ava started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once. Oh. Forgive me if I've startled you. I brought this to be prepared for the worst. After all, that thing in Aunt Natsuhi's hand was a rifle. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun. But it was unusually short and kind of looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had a weightiness to it that made it clear it was not a kid's toy. That gun is Kinzo-san's, isn't it? Did you know about it? That's right. I remembered it was in Father's old collection, and I managed to find it. Whoa! Awesome. Natsuhi, is that thing real? Yes, it's real. It can fire live ammunition. Long ago, Father used it to scare away wild birds. Ah, that takes me back. Where did you find that thing? No matter how much I asked him to let me touch it, he never let me lay one finger on it. Oh, grandfather had one of these? I didn't know that. Long ago, grandfather was really addicted to cowboy films. So he just talked to his American buddies and he's like, hey, can you get me a shotgun? That generation really liked this kind of rifle. Is that a Winchester? Damn. Interesting they have Winchester rifles in this, considering, I mean, I know it. I don't know if it's actually right to say it's famous. But you guys have heard about the old Winchester house and the heir to the Winchester name. How they thought they were being haunted and they were afraid that... Sounds familiar? Yep. Okay. This is an interesting story. So, I think it was Sarah Winchester was their name. They were the heir to, like, the Winchester rifles, like, family and all that stuff. And they were afraid that they were being haunted by the people who were killed by the Winchester rifles. And so at some point, they did a seance because, you know, in the late 1800s, the occult and the seance and all that stuff was like, you know, the bee's knees. Everyone did it. And they were told to build a house and never stop building it. And that will, the ghost will get lost in the house and they won't be able to find her and kill her. So the house is actually a tourist attraction. I believe it's in California. So you can go to it and walk around. And yeah, there's fake doors. Doors that lead to sheer drops. Secret staircases, all that stuff. So it's interesting that, there's a Winchester rifle in a game about, a witch's curse and the supernatural and stuff like that. Feels very much like it was a deliberate choice. I remember. It's that gun. That really takes me back. That's the one Steve McQueen fired off in Wanted Alive or Dead. Steve McQueen. Yeah, no, it's not Steve McQueen. It's definitely not Steve McQueen. Wanted Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball Edition? It was Steve McQueen. I just read it without thinking for a second, then I was like, wait a minute here. Damn. He died when he was 50 years old. Interesting. Yeah, he was from the 1960s counterculture era, so yeah. Anyone who is 30 or 40 in the 80s would have been kids watching his movies, so. It is an item that Master ordered specially from America long ago. As you can see, it is a working gun, so please don't tell anyone about this. Don't tell the police. They're gonna find it while doing the investigation, you know. He was quite fond of it right after he managed to acquire it. It seems the workings that ejected the cartridges were more interesting to him than shooting it. So he played around with it back in the forest all the time. Bro just thought it was really cool to shoot something and then watch the cartridge go ping. Still, it's rather disturbing. Are you sure you should be dragging this out? This is to prepare for the worst. There was probably more than one offender involved. Furthermore, those horrible people killed 6 of us, including my husband. I have a responsibility to protect everyone until tomorrow in my husband's place. As soon as he said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas and took a deep breath. She had been trying to find grandfather, as well as check the doors and windows. Since grandfather wasn't with her, she probably still didn't know where he was. I carefully checked all the doors and windows through the mansion. However, you must be prepared for anything. Everyone? I think it would be best if we all remained here. Yeah, let's put the gun on the table within everyone's reach and see who's the fastest at picking it up. Oh, good point. everyone gathered here, then we can all feel more secure by keeping an eye on each other. What do you mean by that, Ava-san? Nothing really. I'm just agreeing with your opinion, aren't I? There was a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. If you think about who is the most suspicious from the inheritance problem standpoint, Aunt Ava was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsuki was innocent. No, if you view Beatrice's letter as one of Grandfather's complicated pranks and think of this crime as just an extension of that, there's more than enough reason to suspect even Grandfather. And Natsuki thought the criminal was on the outside, but Aunt Ava thought the criminal was on the inside. Short, it was a question of whether or not a 19th person exists. That same question had been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner, with the letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So, was the culprit among us, or not? And did the witch Beatrice exist, or not? If you assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist, you're basically saying that one of these relatives here, who share a common bloodline, is the culprit. If that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale character of the witch. A witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices? If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. It kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. Among us! In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence. Damn, that was a long scene. And suddenly it's 1 p.m. We have it saved in a bit, so might as well. Lunch ended, and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. Yeehaw. Okay, I was curious how long we'd been playing. It's about 18.4 hours. For one. Each chapter, they are about 10 to 14 hours each. The first chapter, the UMINEKO question arc, usually takes around 15 to 30 hours to complete. Wow. We're gonna be here for a little bit longer. I mean, I suspected as much, but I was curious. 15 to 30 is a pretty wide range. Yeah, I mean, it depends on reading speed. Some people apparently finish in 11 hours. Some people take 25. In my case, since I read everything out loud, we're gonna be on the longer end. because it takes longer to read things aloud than it does to just, to be fair, that's for people sitting alone reading in their head. Yeah, exactly. I was just curious to get a range. I figured it would be 20 plus hours because that's pretty standard length for a visual novel that doesn't have, like, you know, different routes. And I know, like, each of the chapters basically used to be their own game, so. But it's ad break, so I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna stretch a bit. I'm starting to feel a little sleepy, so I'm gonna try and wake up without having more caffeine. And we will keep going for another hour. We'll keep going until 4 p.m. So I will be right back. Hold tight. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello, everyone. I know I said I'm gonna see if I can try to wake myself up without caffeine, but I made a compromise. I made decaf coffee, and I put 1 teaspoon of espresso powder in it. Just enough to, like, you know, give a little, like, just... Because I'm not against napping, but having a full-on, like, I feel like if I take a nap, I'm gonna screw up my sleep schedule for the night. Because, like, last time I had a nap at, like, 4 or 5 p.m. and I woke up at, like, 6 p.m., I legitimately thought it was the next day. Like, my sense of time had been completely destroyed. And sure enough, I didn't actually fall asleep that night until, like, 3 in the morning. And it made the day absolutely awful because it was during the work week. So just a little something to hopefully try and keep me going a little bit. Because it's like I'm trying to cut down on caffeine. Because I mean, it's great, but also can be bad for you as you get older. You start to get more caffeine sensitive, your heart, blood pressure. And also as a streamer, caffeine messes with your voice, so I really should keep it in check anyway. But, yeah. The true challenge is summer when, like, you know, there's cold brew everywhere. Because I really, really, really love cold brew. But yes, rain noises. This, you know, this is probably part of the problem why I'm feeling so sleepy. This is like the white noise I put on when I'm trying to sleep. Occasional caffeine tablet. I keep forgetting those are technically a thing. But yeah, in my case, I do actually like coffee. So at least part of the issue for me trying to regulate caffeine is the fact that I really love coffee, like the taste of coffee. And, you know, decaf doesn't always taste the same. So I've been searching around for a caffeine, like a decaf brand that I actually like enough. Yeah, literally I either drink coffee or water. Occasionally, like when I make my smoothies, obviously that has oat milk or dairy milk in it. And sometimes if I'm having a lot of trouble sleeping, I'll have a glass of dairy milk. Because that actually helps you sleep. Like, some people say it works better if it's warm, but cold dairy milk also works. I forget exactly what's in it, but it's the same thing as, like, you know, the tryptophan in turkey. There's something in the dairy milk that helps make you drowsy. So, like, it won't knock you out. It won't knock you out if you're not sleepy at all, but it'll help. Warm milk sounds awful, to be honest. I mean, a lot of hot chocolates are made using milk. So technically you're drinking warm chocolate milk. I'm willing to bet whether or not warm milk tastes okay or not is based on the fat content in the milk. I'm betting if it's skimmed milk, where it's like primarily water, it's gonna taste super bland. Cakes are made with flour, but I'm not gonna snack on that either. Well, not with that attitude, you're not. I mean, there's some recipes like like scallion pancakes, where it's literally just the scallions, water, and like flour. So technically, you could argue you're just eating flour in that case. Like, there's nothing else in it. The wind and the rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsuhi planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room. But when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. Excuse me. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the 3 servants to go together. Because of this, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence. I will wash the dishes so you can rest a while, Kanon-kun, Genji-san. Do you want something to drink? Yes, I'll have scotch on the rocks. Thank you. I don't need anything. I am furniture. You don't water furniture. Kanon? I don't need anything either. You must have been so busy and so early in the morning. It's no wonder you're worn out. The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Kenji and Kanon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those 2 had probably built up a great deal of fatigue. But that didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. Pretending you're not human isn't really a virtue, but okay, whatever makes you happy, I guess. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered, "Shannon, why did she have to die in such a horrible way?" Forget about the manner of her death. It was nothing more than bad luck. You're right. It was nothing more than bad luck. They both fell silent once again. Kanon's expression was filled with grief. To think that Shannon-chan's actually dead, I still can't believe it. Poor thing. Not being able to see her again feels like a lie. I just wanted to see her smiling face one more time. Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kannon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further. Why did Beatrice-sama do this to Shannon? If she wanted a sacrifice, there were plenty of others to choose from. Why? Why? It was nothing more than bad luck. If we were less lucky, you or I might have been lying out there instead of Shannon. Or it could have been someone else entirely. Everything is left to fate. Genji-sama? You said that the door to Madame's room was stained with traces of something like blood, right? The same substance that was painted on the shutter? Indeed. It was an unsettling mark. Almost as though someone with blood-stained fingers had been trying to pull out the doorknob. No, scratch through the door. That sort of unpleasant mark. So does that mean Beatrice-sama came to visit Madame's room and tried to open the door, but couldn't? Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door to Natsuhi's room, with the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob and the marks of something scratching against the door. It had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door, but couldn't. How did the Madame avoid being chosen as a sacrifice? If only she'd been chosen, Shannon wouldn't have had to die. Just then, a loud sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around, surprised. That's a pretty interesting chat you're having there. Let me join in too. Before any of the servants realized it, Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen. Battler-sama, how rude of us. Genji-san and Kannon-kun stood up, surprised, and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion. I told them I was going to the bathroom, so they let me go. I thought I'd suffocate if I was locked up in that room any longer. I was about to come ask you guys for some water, but then I overheard something pretty interesting. You don't need to bow your heads or anything. Please, let me hear the rest. That just now, was it really? I've been listening to you for a while. Don't try to hide it now. So I'll ask directly. Who is this Beatrice? She's supposed to be a witch from a kid's story, but it doesn't look that way now. Kannon-kun averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. Last night, this would have been none of my business. But after this morning, everything's changed. Now that Dad and the rest have been killed, this is totally my business. I have the right to listen to this suspicious story, don't I? I glared into Kannon's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Kannon had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit. Battler-san, please let go of him. Kannon-san isn't really hiding anything. Then you won't have any problem talking about it, right? It's lonely being out of the loop, you know? When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and spoke. In his expression were faint traces that he'd made up his mind to do something. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding it. I can tell you about it. Kanon only hesitated because you might have taken it badly, Battler-sama. Hesitating, huh? Not very manly of you. Whatever. Whatever it is you're talking about, it's even more unpleasant having it kept as a secret. Tell me about it. It's not like we have anything better to do before tomorrow comes. A slightly spooky story might be the best way to avoid getting bored. Genji-san and Kanon-kan looked at each other, then nodded as though they decided to talk. Understood. Please ask us anything. We will talk. Right. Then I'll ask. Who in the world is this Beatrice? All I know is that she's a witch who lives in the forest of Rokenjima. I've heard it's a story grandmother or someone invented to keep people out of the dangerous forest. Is that wrong? No, it isn't wrong. It's as you say. Beatrice is a witch who dwells in the forest of Rokenjima. Battler-sama, I don't expect you to believe this all of a sudden. But Beatrice-sama exists. She is a real person, the one who gave the master a vast amount of gold and who worked by his side for many years. Huh? Aw, come on. Is grandfather paying you to repeat everything he says? I laughed like it was a joke. But neither Genji-san nor Kanon-kun laughed. Not even Kumasara-bachan, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered as she started washing the dishes. So, unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully. Bitterly. I see. That's why Genji-san refused to mention it. If you really mean it, of course I'd take it badly. So, you're saying that a person named Beatrice actually exists? Yes. She has been working for the master since before the mansion was built on this island. She has likely been working for him even longer than I have. What do you know? Killian's theory was off. Grandfather really did have a confidant called Beatrice. Is that person on the island now? Yes. I believe that she is here. That's a vague way to say it. I guess that means you haven't seen her face today or yesterday. That is correct. It is extremely difficult to say, but, Kanon-kun once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes. Come on, don't just stop there. That's like freezing an inch before the blow, right? I urged him on, jokingly again. However, it looked like Kanon was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. Then, Kumasara-bachan whispered. Ho ho ho. You cannot see her face, because Beatrice-sama has no form. She has no What did you say? Beatrice-sama has no body. Therefore, unless Beatrice-sama wishes it, common people like us are not able to see her form. I have heard that the portrait shows what Beatrice-sama looked like back when she had a human form. It seems he yearned for that figure so much he would often stand in front of that portrait. Beatrice-sama sometimes shows herself by changing her form into glittering butterflies. On the rare occasion that you spot them somewhere in the mansion, there is a rule that you absolutely mustn't chase after them. It is whispered that you will meet with disaster if you do. In fact, there was a servant who broke that rule and quit because of a great injury. Wait a second, are you kidding me? Are you all serious about this? You've been mega zoned out? Yeah, D&D visual novel stream tends to do that to people. Welcome back to reality. Sunday relax day? Yes, come to the Diana streams. I will read you a story and I will erase all thoughts in your brain. Butler-sama? Beatrice-sama has already arrived. Such language may be unwise. When are you reading stories again, by the way? Let me check the schedule. Because I think... Oh, like actual read stories. Oh, I know, Def, it might be nice to do it again for Halloween. I do owe you guys reading streams from my like birthday donathon. So I've been thinking of reading you guys like the whole trick is you need to read stories that are outside of the copyright domain. Because otherwise, you know, technically you're not supposed to. I put it off because I wanted to get used to, I want to get used to reading a lot so my voice wouldn't give out. I think my voice is strong enough now to do it. You're bad with dates? My birthday is September 22nd. Easiest way to remember it is either the first day of fall or the last day of summer, depending on the year. It is also technically Hobbit Day, because Frodo and Bilbo's birthday is that day as well. But yeah. I've told the story before where when Lord of the Rings started getting popular again, and Papa Malice mentioned when their birthday, when the character's birthday was, and he's like, isn't that interesting? That's around your birthday, right? And like the dead silence in that car. Mama Malice is like, that is her birthday. Beatrice-sama does not like it when she is profaned. If you doubt her existence, you will surely be met with disaster. Battler-san, you probably find this topic unpleasant. But you know what? Beatrice-sama does exist. She exists. Beatrice-sama hates people who doubt that. Can't you tell, Battler-sama? Beatrice-sama has already arrived here. Come on, quit it! I'm weak against that stuff. Enough with the cheap threats. However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast. Butler-san, I beg that you stop profaning Beatrice-sama. Please trust me. Kumasawa-bachan, who was usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally serious face. Well, even if you say she exists, I don't see anything. Are you trying to say she's standing right next to me or something? Quit joking around. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance. But her expression and the feeling about her, her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants. Whether your wavelength matches or not is determined at birth. Butler, you were born with a mismatched wavelength. But then I was like, wait, that's not for hiccups. No, it ain't hiccups. It is this crazy child's laugh. That's why you can't see her. That's why you can't meet with her. And that's why you can't talk to her. You're the type Beatrice hates the most. Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand. Do you want to know about Beatrice? Beatrice is a 1,000-year-old witch. With all of the demons at her command, she can harness the power of alchemy to create the Philosopher's Stone and a vast quantity of gold. Grandfather built up all the vast wealth of the Ushinomiya family by making a contract with her. Yesterday, I read Beatrice's letter, didn't I? That was real. Well, I guess it's pointless for me to try and force you to believe. After all, it looks like you were born without a trace of the sixth sense. What are you talking about? Witches? Demons? Who told you about that? I heard it from Beatrice herself. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall? Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice as though this was nothing more or less than the truth. Maria? It might be rude to ask, but I'll ask one more time, okay? Who gave you that letter yesterday? I got it from Beatrice. How many times must I tell you before you understand? You don't get it, do you? You can't see it. You can't believe it, can you? Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped. Butler, you still don't understand. Beatrice-sama exists. She exists, you say, but where? Like I said, Beatrice-sama exists. Here. That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now that the servants' eyes haven't been pointed in quite the right direction. I'd figured they were just staring absent-mindedly. But that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji-san, Kanum-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me was looking at a spot right behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, There wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point, as if there was someone there. Beatrice is the mighty golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. But since she can't show her form to humans of the wrong wavelength, she can't talk to them. And you know what? That's really sad. It means she truly despises it when people like you, who were born without a fragment of the ability needed to sense magic, deny that she exists. You're a lucky battler. Good thing I gave you that charm yesterday, right? Don't you realize what kind of curse Beatrice would have put on you by now if you hadn't been carrying it around? You really are lucky, battler. Oh, that's Scorpion keychain. I thought that was just some cheap gift or something, but are you saying it really had some power? If it weren't for that, you'd be lying in the storehouse as a sacrifice with your face crushed by now. You're so lucky, battler. I see. So if it weren't for that, I'd have been killed by now. Battler, why don't you believe in Beatrice? Even though she exists. Right now, over there. Look. Hey, I'll bet you want to believe it now. Believe it. And thank me for giving you that charm. If it weren't for that, you'd be in the storehouse right now. But then, maybe you would have saved someone else in exchange, right? Right then, I burst into laughter. I was gonna say, there's no way he has the charm on him. He got rid of it, because he thought it was crap. Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately, that last one seemed to be too much for me to gloss over. Then it's all useless, isn't it, Maria? If that's true, then I'm sorry, but it's all useless. When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her. I thought it might hurt you, so I didn't say it earlier, but... Well, I thought I'd put that charm you gave me in my pocket, but I must have dropped it somewhere. So the charm can't be the only reason I'm alive now. And even though I should have been cursed by the witch, I'm perfectly fine. Sorry, but I don't believe in things I don't see with my own eyes. Sixth senses? Wavelengths? Magic sensitivity? Sorry, but I don't believe in fake stuff like that. When I hear the girls in class start talking about how good or bad their ability to sense the supernatural is, it pisses me off. I don't know how much grandfather is paying you, but if you're trying to talk me into joining some cult, believe me, you won't be able to do it that easily. Battler-sama, you guys are free to believe whatever you want. However, when it comes to the things I believe, the one who decides is always me. Sorry, but I can't believe in something as shady as Beatrice until I've seen her with my own eyes. I spoke forcefully and sharply. Then Maria started cackling again. Well, that's just fine, isn't it? Eventually, even people like you with totally mismatched wavelengths will be able to see Beatrice. Very soon, she will revive. Beatrice will revive. Once that happens, she's promised to talk with me and play with me a lot. There will be absolutely no need for you to doubt or for us to force you to believe. She will appear very soon. This is such a fucked up kid. Like, pardon my French. Like, Aunt Rosa was like, oh, the kids tease her because she says ooh and stuff like that. Oh, no, they bully her because she's an arrogant little shit. Guaranteed, if anyone in her class talks about the supernatural, this persona comes out. As you actually speak French, some would have taken that seriously. I only call this. Laissez faire. Laissez faire is leave it be. I only call this is swear words. I scared you by cursing in French? If Freed comes back to this VOD, he's gonna have a laugh. In the end, Aunt Nancy reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed into the parlor. Because of American history, yeah, French is kind of integrated into English in a few different ways. But yeah. On the condition that no one headed out on their own or strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of the morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, so no one was completely negligent. Oh, laissez-faire, yeah. In that case, it's straight up, yeah, just, they don't deal with it. Technically, more accurately, I should have said laisse-le. But, my brain spit out laissez-faire as well. Laissez-faire first. Which is like, laisse-le would have been like pretty much the same thing. Laisse. Less is just, it's the singular feminine / masculine form of laisser, which is where laissez-faire comes from. Because S-E-Z is the, it's the plural polite you form. So whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared of standing there, isolated, and would eventually return to the parlor. I may know Spanish, but this is a bit hard. Spanish conjugation is much more simple than French. Because at least in Spanish, if it ends in an O or an A, except in a few exceptions, you know if it's feminine or masculine. French, there's no such tricks. It's just straight up memorization. So yeah, I don't remember much from when I took Spanish in school, but I found it so much frickin' easier than French. But having French gives you the leg up because, you know, library in French it's bibliothèque, and then, you know, there's like la biblioteca in Spanish and stuff like that. Mono, me. Gata? What language is that? Oh, like, is that like the feminine form of gato? Yeah, it technically does, though most people will default to just using the masculine form. Because French also has a feminine form for cat, but it's just chat, but with 2 T's. Technically, it's supposed to be chat, if I remember correctly. So everyone will just say chat. Yeah, technically, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? The languages have the feminine and masculine forms, but from my experience, native speakers, don't always use proper grammar. Same way in English, we don't always use proper grammar. So they use whatever is easiest, and often that's the masculine form. Like my paternal grandmother, whose first language is French, she would always tease me for sounding way too formal and proper. Because in school, they dock you points if you use the wrong feminine or masculine. When you're actually talking to people IRL, 95% of the time, no one gives a shit. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor, just as Aunt Natsuki had told them to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. Last English class said, as long as it gets the point across, it should be acceptable. Pretty much. Maria, almost as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying, ooh, this girl keeps getting possessed, or something. Or that's how it's supposed to feel like, anyway. What in the world happened back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing behind me, invisible. However, it felt like I'd glimpsed a little of that presence inside Maria. You're right. When Maria starts talking about witches, her personality changes. Battler-kun, you also saw her down by the beach yesterday, right? You mean that scorpion keychain? No, I don't mean like when her feelings were hurt. I'm talking about her having a dual personality or something. Yeah, that happens sometimes too. That thing Maria did where she starts talking about the magic circle does happen every now and then. It's freaky though. Apparently Jessica had spotted that hee Maria a few times. I just happened to catch it at a bad moment. I was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time. So what is it? Does Maria have a dual personality or something? Or are you saying her spiritual sense really is that strong and she's being possessed by a spirit or whatever? No, I don't think it's that. Haven't you ever experienced it? When you were small, didn't you ever want to be someone other than yourself? When humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. They want to be different from other people. But since everyone else in their class is learning the same things at the same rate and being forced into the same lifestyle, of course they aren't going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around them. So Maria's just... she hit her Chunibyo phase early. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is start breaking the rules in what's called the rebellious stage. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. I never had the rebellious stage. I think technically my rebellious stage was, not fitting in. I may or may not have fallen asleep again. Yeah, that happens in DD reading streams. Especially when 95% of the OST is just rain sounds. Good morning, Ranger. Though in your case, it's only about 1 p.m., so it's not too bad. So even those who try to act mocking around everyone, calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves if you look at it that way. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from George Oniki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex. Trying to impress the girls, huh, Battler? Straightest damn thing you've ever said. Was doing a calculation, next thing you know I'm on your couch sleeping. Oh no, you like passed right out then. The main feature of the growing period lies in an impulse to break away from your life as a kid, like a chick trying to crack open the shell of their egg. Do you know what makes children and adults different? Age? Or do you mean size? No, it's experience. Adults can look down on children because children have very little life experience. The reason they snort at everything children say is because they think kids know nothing about the real world. Yeah, I understand that. When you're a kid, you talk like you've got life all figured out, somehow trying to act like an adult. No matter what kids say, adults just snort at them, saying they're too naive, or they'll understand when they get older or something. Well, it's probably true, but to a kid, it's just annoying, like they're being looked down upon. I get it. It's a question of knowledge and experience. Well, I guess you're right. There's no reason to respect a person for their age if they've just wasted their lives. Why does that feel like a shot at all of us nerds? Therefore, during the period when they try to separate themselves from other children, they also try to take on personality traits different from those around them. And if knowledge and experience is what separates kids and adults, I get it. If they know something no one else knows, it becomes part of their identity. You know, when I was in elementary school, I'd learn things no one else knew, get things no one else had, wear things no one else wore, and became a bit of a hero for it. I'll bet you've done the same thing, Battler. Yeah. There was definitely an age when I wanted to excel in some skill or other. I see. So that's, because I was trying to separate myself from being a child, or going through my growing period. If you put a positive spin on it, the growing period forces you to separate yourself from others, thereby pushing you to gain skills and knowledge no one else has. This is also interesting from a sociological standpoint. Because people hate being like everyone else, they try to learn skills other people don't know. In this way, society can acquire the broad range of skills it needs to survive. The quality of the gods' programming is truly surprising. Well, unique personality traits can also be negative, right? Like if, say, everyone in the class was studying hard, but I was the one slacking off trying to stand out. Okay, that last bit really was true. It's only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after school. Whoa! I mean, okay, there's gratitude. There's being grateful to a teacher for making sure you get back on the right path. Being grateful for being smacked around is something else. But, well, I try to jump over things no one else could. Trying to sprint as fast as I could, trying to lap those guys with good grades when we did a marathon. I just felt like doing it. It was in my nature that if I couldn't study well, then at least I could get back at them by exercising. Huh, I see. So I really did go through a proper growing period. I guess boys really do tend to focus more on physical stuff. I mean, that's socialization for you. But you know, girls of the same age tend to focus more on mental, spiritual things. I'll bet there were groups of girls in your class who got really interested in fortune telling and their spiritual senses. Yeah, there were. They'd come over asking me for my sign and blood type, and then they'd laugh, I thought so. It really got on my nerves. No matter which class you go to, girls like fortune telling. Deciding whether your spirit sense is strong or weak, what your sensitivity is, whether you can see the unseeable, that kind of thing definitely happened to me. That's because fortune telling and spiritual senses are things that are taught in school. To girls who tend to be more introverted, it's a genre that's easy to build an identity upon, and one that holds a lot of interest for them. I'm trying to think myself. I don't think I did anything quite like this. I used to wear, like, try and replicate, like, the anime girl hairstyles. And, like, you know, for Easter, I'd wear, like, a stuffed bunny on my head. Stuff like that. I guess that was my differentiating. Just like how when boys enter their growing period, they start acting tough and rebel against adults. When girls enter their growing period, they start getting interested in that kind of thing. Well, I didn't, Dolo. Of course not. Oh, you wore finger gloves once and everyone told them to take them off. No! People just don't understand. So Maria having that much interest in the occult, is it that rare or among girls her age? I think it's less that it's rare and more Maria just goes overboard. Even if we accept that, I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. Actually, I think I probably could accept that explanation more or less. As you just said, becoming an adult means gaining knowledge and experience. So to gain that, it's necessary for children to learn all sorts of things and break free from childhood. However, there are certain convenient delusions that you see often in the world of children, both now and in the past. Ah yes, Junibio mode. Do you know what I mean? You see it all the time in manga and anime, right? It's kind of like that. Like you've got memories from a previous life that start to resurface. Like you've been possessed by the soul of the great something or whatever. Or it could be that a sleeping gene gets awakened, or maybe a sealed power or memory returns. There's all kinds. For some reason, stuff like that's really popular at that age. The good old Chunibyo. Why's that? All of those examples you've mentioned are illusions that let children immediately add to their sum of knowledge and experience. If a 9-year-old girl says she has a 1,000-year-old witch possessing her, then she gains a 1,009-year-old identity. So basically, studying is annoying. But these delusions are convenient for people who want to brag about having a skill no one else has, amazing the people around them. So you can brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream? Furthermore, in their desire to separate themselves from being kids, they always project an image of the ideal self. And it's not rare for that desire itself to become an alternate personality. Even you, Babblercon, probably had a slightly different personality at home and at school, right? It'd probably be embarrassing if your friends at school saw how you were at home. At school, you try to project yourself as you want to be, but home is where you're your true self. So in other words, I'm changing my personality depending on the situation. That is literally the concept of persona. Are you trying to say having multiple personalities is actually really common? A girl who's a fan of the occult might say she's being possessed or awakened. Honestly, there are some kids who change their personality so much it's creepy. And some boys do it too, right? Guys who say they've blown their top and suddenly turned into some overplayed, violent character. I'll bet they think it's pretty cool, but it's painful to watch. Let's sum this all up, the explanation of the Chunibials. So you're saying that even if a girl about Maria's age shows a creepy second personality like she did a minute ago, it isn't such a rare or unusual thing? Simply put, that's right. I mean, I think going to that extent is kind of terrifying, but yeah. Simply put, that's right. Identity is an important factor when building up one's sense of self. If you make fun of it, it could actually cause children to go back into their shells. So it's important to go along with them to some degree. Although the broad-mindedness of the parent determines whether they play along in full or not. Aniki, I can't believe you're single. Butler, don't say that. His fiancée literally died this morning. She knew about it. Just between us, Aunt Rosa really hated it. She said it was unpleasant and that Maria was becoming increasingly isolated from the rest of the class. Yeah, that makes sense. No one wants to hang out with someone like that. Yeah, George proposed to one of the other characters, and she got murdered during the night. So Battler being like, oh my god, I can't believe you're single. I'm like, ugh, what the fuck? I'm surprised no one commented on it. Like, holy sh... So anytime Maria started talking about the occult or laughing like a witch, she'd slap her. And it looks like Maria stopped talking that way in front of her. Maybe that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. At first I found that very disturbing, but after being lectured by George Aniki, it felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. I mean, true, but yeah, the extent Maria takes it is really bad. I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force saying we'd help protect peace on Earth. Ah, yes! The Chohewa Busters! My face turns red when I remember how during what we called battle practice, we would chant EGF, EGF. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, oohing and laughing like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal which she respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I've calmed down a little. The shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is fading away. If I had to talk to Aniki and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that an invisible witch is standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Genji-san, Konon-kun, and Kumasawa-bachan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. I think this is probably the best point to wrap up. These scenes are quite long. Usually I'd go to, like, the end of a scene, but, like, it just keeps going, and unfortunately, I gotta do stuff before watch along tonight. So, I will save. Here we go. Da-da-da-da-da. Now, tomorrow, comfy day or nay? Comfy day. Alrighty. So, if I remember correctly, tomorrow is a break day, but on Tuesday we're going back to Deltarune. I wanted to finish the fight with Spamton, but we'll continue the plot instead, and maybe one day I'll keep a separate save file, and maybe one day we'll come back and we'll do those crazy special fights. Yeah, because we were pretty close to the end of Chapter 2, so we'll be able to keep going with, everything else. Alright, there we go. Saved the game. So yeah, I will see you guys at 7 p.m. on Tuesday. I might laugh a lot at Chapter 3. Oh boy, I bet. I really love Toby's sense of humor, so I'm sure I'll lose my mind. Alright, who can I send you guys to for a raid? Sato's playing Detroit Become Human. That seems like a good one. God, everyone's playing good stuff today. Perry's playing Devil May Cry 5. Amalia's playing Spyro. God. But yes, we'll go see Sato. Alrighty. That's gonna be it from me then. Chapter 3 managed to dethrone Spamton as your favorite character. That is insane. I cannot wait then. Alrighty. There's raid message and Discord for anyone who wants to keep up with us when we're not streaming. Tonight is our watch along night. So at 7 p.m. EST, we're gonna be watching some more Prince of Tennis. We're working towards hitting the 50-ish episode mark, and then we're gonna switch to something shorter. People were asking about Pop Team Epic, so maybe we'll do that. That way it gives us some time for people to vote on the uh, next series. Pet the Pep and Mogu for you, of course. Alrighty. That's gonna be it for me. Pop Team Epic. Yes, Pop Team Epic. I love that show. It's so stupid. Alrighty. That's gonna be it for me. So. It's quite a silly show. Have you seen Ranger? Have you seen his sense of humor? This is the guy who, during his very first time in chat, spent it role-playing as Spampton. Come on. Ranger didn't know about Pop Team Epic. I recommended Pop Team Epic to him because I knew it would be exactly his cup of tea. Yeah, people can have multiple parts of their personality. We literally just spent all this time talking about it with Maria. Alrighty, though. I should get going or I'm gonna just keep yapping for a while longer. Alrighty. That's gonna be it for me, kiddos. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day, yap. I wish I could, but my voice needs rest, and I've got errands and chores and stuff to run. Alrighty. If it's nighttime where you are, have a great night. If it's daytime, have a great rest of your day. Until next time, take care of yourself. Wash your face, brush your teeth, eat good food, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Mwah. You got candy. Well, you can enjoy those. Unless it's I don't usually like candies, but the little strawberry ones are nice, so maybe I'll have one, okay? Thank you. Bye.